Hello, Ms. Bass or Mr. Bass?
Hello, Ms. Bass or Mr. Bass?
Here's how I say was, I don't have my reader, this number right under here.
34.
Thank you. That's what happens.
Gina,
Hello?
can I ask you to mute Gina?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Hello, Ms. Bass?
Yes, can you hear
We have
me?
We can. We have Mr. Mutziger here. He wants to ask your question.
Okay,
Hi, Ms. Bass. This is Wesley Mutziger. I'm an attorney for the Board of Nursing. I had tried to contact you via email and was unsuccessful in doing so. Do you have a phone number that I can reach you?
901-692-3850.
All right, if you'll say that one more time, please.
901-692-3850.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to be giving you a call, Ms. Bass.
Can I read my statement?
Ms. Bass, we're not, this is not the proceeding. And so if you would like to read a statement, that would occur at a hearing, which will take place later today. This is just simply me trying to contact you to discuss the case.
Okay. Do I need to get an attorney?
Ms. Bass, that's completely up to you.
I can't afford it.
Okay, so Ms. Bass, since we are on Zoom. I believe this is broadcast via YouTube. This is a public forum.
Oh, Lord.
Why don't I just give you a call so that we can discuss the details?
Okay.
Thank you. And please mute your microphone. Thank you.
We are unmuted. Okay, thank you. Good morning. We want to welcome everyone to the Mississippi Board of Nursing hearings, especially those that are joining us on YouTube. If we know we have students from several different institutions, we're excited about that. And we hope if you have questions that you'll drop those in the chat box for us, and we'll let Sandra answer all those questions. Before we actually go on the record, we'd like to take just a moment to have a few seconds of silence and prayer, and going to ask Miss Nancy if she would lead us.
Let's bow our heads. Lord, we thank you, God, this day for giving us breath and life. God, we thank you, God, for letting us assemble here, God. We ask you, God, to direct us and guide us. Let us make the right decisions. In Jesus' name.
Thank you. So we are ready to go on the record. And before I forget, for anyone who is joining us, if you will remember to keep your computers, your phones on silent and muted unless you're actually speaking in relation to the board business. I am Mary Stewart. I am an RN member of the board, and I want to allow the board panel rather to introduce themselves.
Sandra Culpepper, LPN.
Nancy Norris Johnson, LPN.
Or more APRN.
And we will have, our board is made up of 13 members, 7 RNs, 4 LPNs, 1 physician, and 1 consumer member. For these hearings, we are a 3-member panel of the board, and with each case, one of us will be serving as an alternate. And the alternate will not participate in either the deliberations or the decision concerning the case. I also want to introduce Brett Thompson. She is staff attorney here at the Mississippi Board of Nursing. And lastly, I want to introduce to you the Honorable Edward Wiggins Jr. He is our hearing officer and special assistant attorney general here in Mississippi. So, Mr. Wiggins.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. The first matter before the board, license number 852435. Before we get to that matter, I'd like to lay out some ground rules. Again, my name is Edward Wiggins. I will be serving as the hearing officer this morning. I will rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties and see that the orderly process of the proceedings is conducted in accordance with applicable laws and rules. We've already had our introduction of our board members. At this time, I'd like to determine whether the licensee is present.
I'm here.
Please state your name for the record.
Gina, Butler.
Ms. Butler, have you received notice regarding these proceedings this morning?
Yes, sir.
Are you represented by counsel?
No, sir.
Do you understand that you have the right to be represented by an attorney?
Yes, sir.
You also understand you have the right to present witnesses and evidence on your behalf?
Yes, sir.
You also understand you have the right to cross-examine any witnesses who may testify against you?
Yes, sir.
Finally, do you understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by the board on your behalf?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. These hearings will proceed as follows. Opening statements. Next will be the case against the licensee, who will have the opportunity to examine witnesses, present testimony. Questioning of witnesses will start with direct examination, followed by cross-examination, then redirect examination. Board members will have an opportunity to pose questions, as will I. At the conclusion of the presentation of both sides, closing statements will be allowed. The board will then make findings of fact and conclusions of law and render its decision in the matter, a copy of which will be mailed to the licensee. At this time, I ask that the witnesses be sworn in.
I believe it will be Miss Butler.
Ms. Butler, would you raise your right hand to be sworn in, please, ma'am? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this cause to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. For the record, I'd like to announce that there is a quorum present. Also like to remind you that the hearings are open to the public. As we proceed through this matter, I ask that you allow the question to be answered or asked in its entirety. That will help our transcriber in getting down an accurate record for us to have. Board may deliberate and make its decision in executive session. Are there any preliminary matters, council?
Yes, there is a preliminary matter, and we, at this time, the state would like to make a motion to enter evidence into the record, exhibits B1 through B12.
Ms. Butler, do you have any objection to those exhibits?
No, I don't.
They'll be admitted. Anything further, council?
Nothing further on that point.
At this time, we will begin with opening statements.
This matter before the board panel today, Ms. Gina Payne Butler, license number R852435 and case number 2018-0446, is a petition that's been brought forward to the board by Ms. Butler, who is requesting that her controlled substance prescriptive authority privilege be restored to her. Ms. Butler signed an agreed order October 9, 2018, wherein Ms. Butler agreed to have her controlled substance prescriptive authority suspended for 12 months, agreed to pay a fine and complete certain educational courses to which the evidence will show she has done. And today, Ms. Butler does carry the burden to demonstrate to the board that she is fit and competent of having her controlled substance prescriptive authority reinstated.
Thank you, council. Ms. Butler, you can make an opening statement at this time.
Well, I have been a nurse for almost 24 years and a nurse practitioner for almost 17 years. And my my record has been unblemished until this incident. And there was no ill intent with prescribing medications without the documentation. It was just poor judgment, and I guess relaxed as far as following procedures and documentation. But I understand the importance of documentation given the current drug issues and abuse and the laws, and I respect the laws and the need for the laws. I was just relaxed and made poor judgments, and I've done my the classes that I had to do, and the fine and the courses are complete, and I've learned my lesson. I know that this will never happen again. I thoroughly document. I follow the rules now. I keep up with all the guidelines. And I feel that that I need to have my controlled substance prescriptive authority to care for my patients properly. And I understand the importance of documentation, and I'm just more on top of it now.
Thank you, Ms. Butler. Council.
Okay, it is Ms. Butler's petition as referenced in B8. So if Ms. Butler, if it pleases the board, if Ms. Butler would like to present her case, requesting that she have restored her prescriptive authority, then the state would just like the opportunity to cross-examine and cross-examine her on certain points.
Thank you, council. Ms. Butler, you may proceed.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
If you have anything to present to the board in support of your petition, you can.
Well, the exhibits were supplied by you showing that I've paid my fine. I successfully completed the classes, including the one in Jackson. I mean, my record has been totally clean since then, and I've, followed the rules and up until this incident, I mean, I've always followed the rules. It was just, I got laxed on documentation or, not, sometimes it was not completely documenting. Other times it was not documented at all. But I have definitely learned my lesson.
Thank you. Council, do you have some questions for Ms. Butler?
I do. Good morning, Ms. Butler.
Good morning.
Morning. For the record, can you just state your current mailing address, please?
7759 Carmel Oaks Drive, Biloxi, Mississippi 39532.
All right. And so you are today before this panel asking that they consider restoring your controlled substance prescriptive authority, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And pursuant to your agreed settlement proposal, which is, I believe, Exhibit B5, that second to last page, it's actually right above paragraph 9. Let me know when you're there. It's page 5 of 6 at the top that says agreed settlement proposal of Gina Payne Butler.
Which, okay, I see it.
Yeah. See at the top where it says page 5 of 6?
Yes.
Okay. That very first paragraph on that page, would you agree with me that when you signed this agreed settlement proposal, that you agreed, as this paragraph states, that that you would be eligible to petition the board for reinstatement of your controlled substance prescriptive authority? Would you agree with me? That's what it says there.
Yes.
Okay. And then further, would you agree with me that the order that you signed also states that you, respondent, shall carry the burden to demonstrate that she is fit and competent to have her controlled substance prescriptive authority reinstated?
Yes.
Okay. So today we are here before the panel, and let's talk through your order so that we can provide them that information as to what was required of you when you completed those conditions, and further questions about the evidence that has been duly admitted. So let's go to page 2 of that order.
Okay.
Okay. On page 2 of the order you signed, or agreed settlement proposal you signed October 9, 2008, you did agree that you had committed unprofessional conduct, which states that no certified APRN shall prescribe medication without a good faith agreement subsequent to examination and medical indication thereof. Would that be true?
Yes.
Okay. And then would it also be true that you agreed that there was further unprofessional conduct as identified by the board and its rules, namely in part 2820, 1.2cc, and that you inappropriately prescribed controlled substances, those prescribing of the controlled substances was done by you? Would you agree that that's what you admitted to doing?
Yes.
Okay. And then in paragraph 4, you did admit by you signing the agreed order that in June of 2018, that you didn't have patient records or written documentation of the medication that you prescribed while you were working at South Mississippi Nephrology in Gulfport, Mississippi. Agree with me?
Right. Some of them I did not have documentation, but some of them, it just wasn't complete documentation.
And would you further agree that you signed acknowledging that you admitted to writing the prescriptions without documentation for coworkers and patients based on your confidence in knowing their medical history and what they have been prescribed in the past?
Right.
Okay. And then it further states in those facts that you had admitted to prescribing Sudogest, 60 milligrams, quantity 90 with 4 refills to a coworker without documentation on or about December 28th, 2016.
Yes,
And then further in paragraph 5, it goes on to state that by you signing this agreed settlement, that you had acknowledged that you had prescribed Adderall to a patient with some documentation, and Phentermine, and 5 refills to a coworker with no documentation. Again, Phentermine 2 more times to 2 different patients without documentation. Would you agree?
Right.
That's what you did?
yes,
Okay. And then further that you had prescribed Vyvanse without documentation, and then Ultram without documentation.
yes,
So all total, would you say that it's fair to say 6 or 7 instances with different individuals where you prescribed medication without documentation or incomplete documentation?
correct.
Okay. And so as a result of that, you did agree to accept penalties by the nursing board. And in those penalties, you agreed to pay a $1,500 fine, correct?
Correct.
And you paid that fine, correct?
Yes,
Okay. You agreed to take certain courses, ethics
Correct.
course, legal aspects course, documentation course, and professional boundaries course, correct?
correct.
You submitted successful completion and evidence that you've done those courses, correct?
Yes, I have.
And you've also been able to practice as an APRN, is that correct?
Yes,
You've not been able to practice with the controlled substance prescriptive authority, correct?
correct.
And it is your testimony under oath that you have not prescribed a controlled substance since having entered into this agreement with the board?
Correct.
And in fact, that would be evidenced by Exhibit B9. Exhibit B9 is it not a prescriber profile that demonstrates a prescriber's history, if you will? And in that document, Ms. Butler, it is blank as to any prescriptions that you have written during the time you were under the order and currently. Do you agree with me?
Correct.
Okay. So now having the board, having knowledge of the situation in which you originally signed the agreement, you took the classes, you've been suspended of your privilege to prescribe controlled substance, why should this board allow you to have that privilege restored to you, Ms. Butler?
Because I mean, I've been a nurse practitioner and a nurse for a really long time, and I mean, I'm really follow rules, and I don't, and I put my patients first. I look out, I like to think I make good decisions. This was just a poor judgment. It was just a time period where I guess I was being laxed on documentation, on, I just failed to follow the rules. But I understand the importance of following the rules. And obviously I'm not ever going to do it again because, I'm a professional, and I do this to take care of patients. And clearly I've followed the rules. I did what I was supposed to. I've not attempted to prescribe anything against the order. But I just feel like there's certain things that I need to be able to prescribe my patient population that I can't do. And it's not even, pain medicine or anything like that. It's more like Lamodal and Lyrica and things that my particular nephrology patients need that I can't prescribe. I mean, we don't do pain, chronic pain management, but we do take care of other health issues. And and if gabapentin goes as a controlled substance, that's going to be difficult too, because, probably 80 to 90% of our patients have diabetes, and we manage this.
Are you currently working at the same facility that you were working when you signed this agreement?
I do. I've always worked at the same facility. Since I've been a nurse practitioner, I've had the same job.
So how can you assure the board that, again, given this is where you were when this happened, that if you're in the same environment, that it won't happen again?
Well, I realize that I'm going to be watched very closely, and I mean, I have a conscience and morals, and I respect the fact that there is a drug problem and that there are rules that have to be followed to have this privilege.
Sure. And do you appreciate the importance of documentation as it relates to the privilege to prescribe a controlled substance?
Absolutely.
And go ahead.
I mean, I don't plan on prescribing controlled substances daily. We do refer our patients more to primary care for needs, but we do have dialysis and nephrology related acute problems that we do have to treat.
Certainly. And just to be sure, you are aware that there are state and federal laws that basically there are state and federal laws that control, if you will, how and when and where when we're discussing this privilege of controlled substances, correct? Are you aware of those?
Yes. And I have read a lot of I'm more on top of the rules and laws now, especially since controlled substances are, so highly monitored now, and, just a problem with the public.
So you feel like you are ready and able, and that you can appreciate the gravity of what happened, and that you are well informed and apprised of all state and federal laws, that you would be able to handle this privilege should it be restored to you.
Absolutely.
At this point, the state has no further questions.
Are there any questions to Ms. Butler from members of the panel? Go ahead.
Ms. Butler, I'm Laura Moore, APRN. I realize that you were prescribing to coworkers and things like that, but when you take any educational courses on as far as prescribing or medications or anything like that?
I'm sorry.
Do you take any courses on medications or controlled substances, or had any further education on prescribing?
Let's see. Well, there's the annual, for license renewal, we have to do the continuing education for controlled substances. And I've read the rules as far as prescribing.
Okay. I was curious just because when you did prescribe Adderall and wrote for refills at the time was that like a single prescription with refills? Like just on, I guess.
I don't think Adderall can be refilled, can it?
That's what I'm curious is if you understand, do you feel competent in prescribing? If we were to reinstate your controlled substance, do you feel confident in correctly prescribing as far as?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Refills, because I just
Yeah.
see it here, not only was it of course inappropriate, but as far as with refills and in the type of prescriptions that were written.
Absolutely. I don't think, I know that Adderall can't have refills. It has to be written each time.
Because it says, I was just reviewing in the, go back here. Like the phentermine was 5 refills. There was, Okay. I was just noticing on the activity of it that there was some, I guess, I mean, of course, inappropriate in who it was written for, but in the type of prescriptions that were written. And I wanted to know if you felt confident in writing correct prescriptions.
Yes, I do.
Ms. Butler, thank you for being here and for telling us that you feel confident to resume responsibility and the privilege of having this license or this authority. So I have a question. We have several students from different schools and levels of education who are watching this. What would you tell them about what you've done and the journey that you've been on?
Well, I mean, I've been a nurse and a nurse practitioner for a long time now. And it's not only is it, I mean, I failed to follow rules, I failed to document, and we learn, you hear that all the time that if it's not documented, it's not done. And, after years, I just kind of got laxed on it. And it's just a letdown for your profession, it's embarrassing. It totally not worth it you just really have to document, follow rules, stay on top of the new rules as things change, because, the rules change and you just have to really stay on top of it and, take procedures and the Board of Nursing and just take it very seriously.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, and I appreciate that you're acknowledging responsibility, and I do hope that you are going to change behavior. And I think you've alluded to this, but APRNs all over the country are trying to get, especially in Mississippi, trying to get full prescriptive authority, and behaviors such as this really make that argument very difficult. So, because it's hard to trust with full prescriptive authority when we're mismanaging the authority to do more common drugs. So the last question I have for you is, beyond your word, how are we to trust that you are going to make better decisions, that you are not going to get, in your terms, relaxed in your documentation? How are we to know that so we can protect the public from mistakes like this in the future?
Well, I'm going to stay on top of education. I'm going to make sure that, everything I do is documented, just everything that I do is documented. And there is the PMP that, if I realize that anytime that can be, reviewed and questioned. And, I don't ever want to go through this again.
Thank you. I don't have any questions.
Anything further from the panel? Thank you, Ms. Butler. Council?
Nothing further.
Right, at this time, proceed with closing remarks.
Ms. Butler is here today on her petition asking that the board reinstate her controlled substance prescriptive authority. She signed an agreement on October 9, 2018. The panel has heard testimony and has seen evidence that Ms. Butler did indeed violate the Nurse Practice Act, did commit some unprofessional conduct when she prescribed controlled substances with incomplete and sometimes without documentation. Ms. Butler understands that she carries the burden today to demonstrate that she's fit and competent to have that privilege restored should the panel decide to do so. And the state would just ask that all evidence and testimony considered should be considered in light of the burden that Ms. Butler carries.
Ms. Butler, any closing remarks?
No, I just appreciate the opportunity to request to get my controlled substance prescriptive authority reinstated.
All right, thank you, Ms. Butler. At this time, I understand a motion to enter closed determination. been moved. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. At this time, is there a motion for the panel to enter into executive session?
I so move.
It's been moved. Is there a second? Been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. The panel will now exit to executive session on the matter R 85245. Ms. Butler, you can remain on the line. We should be back once we complete the deliberation on your matter.
Okay, thank you.
We only have 11, right?
Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We are back on the record. At this time, we'll entertain a motion to return to regular session.
I say that.
Second, it's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. We are back in regular session. Following deliberation on license number R852435, the board panel renders the following. Reinstated non-drug-related stipulations to include providing 4 copies of CE earned for renewal of license. The following courses are to be completed: pharmacology, parts 1 through 5, avoid dangers of opioid therapy, prescription drug abuse and preventing medical errors, avoiding regulatory complaints when treating chronic pain. There will also be 12 months of probation. Employer reports are to include quarterly progress reports with an emphasis on prescribing of controlled substance. A copy of this order will be forwarded to the licensee. We thank you for your appearance here today. You are excused.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, are we muted? an LPN. So she shouldn't be long.
Right, thank you everyone for your patience. We had some questions that the board panel would like to respond to from some students.
Okay. Again, I'm Laura Moore. I'm a nurse practitioner, family nurse practitioner, and I was gonna speak to this question. In the matter of the offense that is being reviewed, what is a nurse's prescribing ability in regards to his or her scope of practice specialization? She mentioned nephrology, yet prescribing amphetamines. Well, of course, the issue here is that she was not prescribing this for her patients, but I like this question because it's not really specific as far as what your specialty is. Now, if you are a family nurse practitioner or an acute care nurse practitioner, you kind of are based on your national certification limited on certain things. If this was in the sense of we were reviewing prescriptions for appropriate patients, you would have to review the documentation on that. If she is in a nephrology clinic, but acting more as a primary care provider, based on what all that clinic does, if she had appropriate documentation, it would not be inappropriate for her, considering previously she had prescriptive controlled substance prescriptive authority. With proper documentation, if it were appropriate, she can legally prescribe, say, Adderall or Vyvanse to her patients. This specifically, these were coworkers, these were not patients. So regardless, this was completely inappropriate and wrong, even had they not been controlled. As a nurse practitioner, and this is something, I don't know if any of y'all are wanting to go back to school at any point, but as a nurse practitioner, as soon as you graduate, you're going to have people calling you and say, oh, I've got a sinus infection, I've got an ear infection, I've got something, can you call me in something? And these are best friends, coworkers, whatever, and it is your responsibility to know what you are legally, based on the Mississippi Code, allowed to do. So of course, with it being controlled, it's completely inappropriate, but even if she had been prescribing antibiotics or even anti-inflammatories to coworkers without seeing them as a patient, without proper documentation, that would have also been inappropriate as well. But as far as the practice specialization, the limits are going to come from your national certification and what, whether you're family, acute care, pediatric, adult Jerry, that type thing. So that is going to look more on a national certification level as far as that. That answers that. Okay. The next question was, is there also a discrepancy for the missing indication or diagnosis for the medication, along with inadequate and or no documentation? And yes, that is true, but we did, that was included in her charge. Let me go back to that. Here it is. Yes, under the findings of fact, she engaged in any professional conduct as identified by the board and its rules, namely Mississippi Administrative Code Part 2840 R14C3A, which states a certified APRN who prescribes any device or medication, including controlled substances, shall maintain a complete record of the patient's examination, evaluation, and treatment plan. Documentation shall include the diagnosis and reason for any prescriptions. So yes, that is included in her charge and absolutely needs to be included in any prescription that's written for a patient.
Oh, really?
Okay, so we've had a little discussion about this last question, or it's actually a comment that might be more of an issue for Mississippi Board of Pharmacy. Would the main focus of the Mississippi Board of Nursing be focused and centered around the effects this offense can have on patient safety and outcomes? So I think what's important to remember is, while yes, our general mission is to protect the public, to provide for patient safety, anything that a nurse is allowed to do is because they have a license to practice nursing, or in this case, an APRN license. And so those regulations are set forth by the Mississippi State Board of Nursing. So that's why, while this did involve pharmacology and documentation errors and so forth, it was a nurse, a licensed nurse, who is accountable primarily to this board, because this is the board that issues the license that she worked under. At the same time, APRNs and all of us as professionals have responsibilities to other boards. But the reason it came here is because, I think that's the gist of this. The reason it came to us is because this person is a nurse, and we hold the responsibility for regulating her license, and regardless if it's a pharmacology issue or something else.
Prescriber is ultimately responsible.
I hope that helps. So, thank you for your questions.
We're back on now.
Do we have another call? Do you want to talk to me?
Thank you for your questions. At this time, the next matter before the board, license number P260596. Again, my name is Edward Wiggins. I'll be serving as the hearing officer to rule on objections or evidence raised by the parties, to see that the orderly process of the proceedings is completed and conducted in accordance with applicable laws and rules. At this time, I will ask the board members to introduce themselves.
Sandra Culpepper, LPN.
Mary Stewart, RN.
Is the licensee present?
Yes.
Please state your name.
Nelva Smith.
Ms. Smith, you have received notice of these proceedings today.
Yes.
Are you represented by counsel?
No.
Do you understand you have the right to be represented by counsel?
Yes.
Do you also understand you have the right to present witnesses and evidence on your behalf?
Yes.
You also understand you have the right to cross-examine any witnesses who may testify against you.
Yes.
Finally, are you aware that you have the right to have subpoenas issued by the board on your behalf?
Yes.
Thank you very much. These proceedings will proceed, or this hearing rather, will proceed as follows. Opening statements, then the case against the licensee. The licensee will be allowed to cross-examine any witnesses, present testimony. Questioning of witnesses will start with direct examination, then cross-examination, and any redirect examination if necessary. Of course, the board members and I will have an opportunity to ask questions as well. At the conclusion of the presentation by both sides, closing statements will be allowed. The board will then make findings of fact and conclusions of law and will render its decision in the matter, a copy of which will be mailed to the applicant, to the licensee rather. At this time, I'll ask that any witnesses be sworn in.
Yes, Ms. Nelva Smith.
Ms. Smith, would you raise your right hand to be sworn in, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this cause to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. I do.
Thank you. For the record, I announce that there is a quorum present. These hearings are open to the public. The board may deliberate and make its decision in executive session. Council, are there any preliminary matters?
There are. At this time, the state would move exhibits B1 through B9 be admitted into the record for today's hearing.
Ms. Smith, do you have any objection to those exhibits?
No.
Thank you. They will be admitted. We will now begin with opening statements.
This matter before the board panel today is on petition of Ms. Nelva Smith. Ms. Smith is asking this board to lift all probationary conditions on her license as she bears the burden today to show this panel that she has completed all the stipulations required of her in the order that was issued on May 13th, 2019. All evidence and all testimony elicited here before the panel today should be considered and deliberated in light of the burden Ms. Smith carries.
Thank you, counsel. Ms. Smith, if you have an opening statement, you can make it at this time.
No, I don't.
All right, thank you. Since this is your petition, Ms. Smith, you may proceed with your argument in support of your petition.
So the reason why I should have my license of probationary status?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, like I stated in in my letter that I wrote, that I have complied with all the requirements that I was supposed to have my license reinstated. And I've submitted documents that were required, and I've maintained a professional, personality and work ethics in the job that I've had since I've been working again as a nurse.
All right, thank you, Ms. Smith. Counsel, do you have any questions for Ms. Smith?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Ms. Smith, how are you today?
Nervous.
Okay, I understand. For the record, can you please state your current mailing address, please?
4506 Fan Avenue, Moss Point, Mississippi 39563.
Okay. And you are here today requesting that the board lift all probationary conditions from your LPN license. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were issued an order on May 13th, 2019. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that order, that May 2019 order, was a result of a hearing in which you participated on February 6, 2019. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in that February hearing, you were asking that this board restore your license, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, page 2, Ms. Smith, of the final order, the May 2019 order, provides a history that you've had with this board. Would that be fair?
You said page 2 of the
Page
final
2,
order?
page 2 of the final order.
Okay.
It's exhibit B6, and it's page 2 of that exhibit, Ms. Smith.
Okay. Okay.
And
I-
so my question is, and I'm actually looking at paragraph 6, would you agree with me that the board included the history that you've had with the board?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Because in that paragraph 6, it talks about that a June 2012 final order was entered revoking your license for failing to submit successful completion of some documentation courses and legal aspects courses that were approved and that you agreed to submit to and complete in July 23rd on 2010. Would you agree with me? That's what it says.
Yes.
And that you would be eligible then to come back before the panel and ask for your LPN license to be restored.
Yes.
And that's what you did in February of 2019, right?
Yes, I did.
And so the panel agreed to reinstate you, but now I'm looking at page 3 of your order. And they agreed to reinstate you, but wanted you to complete certain stipulations within 180 calendar days. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
Yes.
And that number one, you were to have a conference with the compliance officer,
I
correct?
did. Yes,
All right, and you did do that, correct?
yes,
Okay. The second condition says that you were to sign an affidavit that incorporated the terms of the order. And did you do that?
I think I met with Ms. Vera Rucker. I came in and did the paperwork with her. My compliance officer.
Yes. Well,
Is
you initialed every paragraph of this order that's before you now, right?
Yes,
Yes. So in that conference, you acknowledged that you understood every condition that the board had ordered you, right?
yes, yes,
Okay, okay. Number three asks you to sign and execute a release, and you did that, correct?
yes,
And then in number four, the board asked that you have written verification of successful completion of a board-approved refresher course. And you did that, correct?
yes,
Okay. In fact, you submitted a certification of that completion on October the 10th, 2019, correct?
yes,
And after you completed those preconditions, you were allowed to have a probationary license to meet certain conditions for 6 months, correct?
yes,
Okay. And on page 4 of your order, within that 6-month period, you were to provide the board present and future employer notifications, correct?
yes,
And you did that, did you not?
yes, I did.
Okay. All right. The second paragraph there as to further conditions, it asks that you complete all these probationary terms within a period of 18 months, but that you had to complete a minimum of the 6 months for you to be considered compliant with this order. Is that what it says?
Yes,
Is your testimony that you have been on probation for a minimum of 6 months?
yes, I have.
Okay. Number 3, ask that you complete a National Council Boards of Nursing disciplinary actions course. Is it your testimony that you completed that course?
Yes, I did.
And in fact, you completed that course and returned successful completion to the board office on October 31st, 2019. Is that correct?
Yes, yes,
All right. Paragraphs 4 and 5 ask that you have submitted employer reports and quarterly reports as it related to your employment. Is that correct?
yes,
Okay. And did you submit those reports?
yes, I did.
Okay. And where were you working at the time that you submitted those reports, Ms. Smith?
Sad healthcare.
Okay. And have you maintained your employment with them since the beginning of this May 2019 order?
Yes,
Okay. Are you still employed with them?
yes,
Is it your intent to remain employed with them?
yes,
Okay. And so now, Ms. Smith, I want to go to the next page of that order, page 5. Is it your testimony that you have maintained a current active license?
yes, I have.
Okay. And then finally, on page 6, I want you to go with me to the second, or actually third paragraph, but the second paragraph that starts with, "It is further ordered that there shall be no automatic termination." Do you see that paragraph?
Oh, yes,
Okay. And so based on this May 2019 order, you are here before this board because there was no automatic termination of your probation, correct?
correct,
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
correct, yes,
Okay. And that you would have to petition the board in writing, which you did you not?
yes, I did.
Okay. And in fact, that is contained in Exhibit B8, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And in that petition, you are asking the board to terminate probation and fully reinstate your license without any stipulation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you feel like today that you should have your license fully restored and that all probationary requirements be lifted?
Yes.
Okay. And can you explain to the board why you should have a free and clear license, Ms. Smith?
It's been a long process to get my license reinstated. And now I realize the value of my license, and regardless of the circumstances that I was going through at the time, I should have, well, just kept them in good standing, which I didn't. So throughout this whole process, I've learned that my license have value, they give me livelihood, they build character, and I need it for, my well-being. And as opposed to what I was going through before, I kind of lost that sense of thought. So now I have it back and I feel better about myself, and I'm realizing the things that I'm capable of with a little determination throughout this whole process about, all the paperwork that I have to do and being diligent and completing all the tasks that I had to do. So I would recommend to anybody just to value their license. So that's the main reason why.
This time the state has, at this time, the state has no further questions.
Are there any questions for Ms. Smith from the board panel? Go ahead.
Ms. Smith, thank you for being here and for being honest about your journey. I've asked this question earlier, but I think it's important. We have students that are on the line, and you have said some things that I have jotted down because I'm an educator, and I think these are things that we all need to remember. But what would your message be to the students that are in the process of getting the education required to sit for licensure? What would your advice be to them?
As far as my advice to them, as far as their license, can you repeat the question? I
Yes,
didn't.
whatever. I'm sorry.
Can you repeat the question?
What advice would you give to students who are wanting to be nurses after you've gone through the experience that you've gone through?
There's a lot of hard work you have to do with your care plans and just the clinical hours, and it's a lot of hard work to get your license. So once you receive your license, treasure them. You may be young when you start, but you always have to keep your license in good standing, keep yourself in good standing, because these are going to be with you for the rest of your lives. So whatever you go through in your life, treasure your license. Try to remain a professional appearance, attitude toward your job, whatever career you're in. So you don't want to do like I did, let life circumstances kind of overtake your professional career. That comes first.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. I don't have any other questions.
Any further questions from the board panel? Council, if you have a closing remark.
Just that Ms. Smith is here today on her petition. The evidence is before you, and she has testified that she has completed all requirements that the order has asked her to do, and that the board panel would just deliberate and decide whether or not to restore or remove stipulations from her license so that she can practice with an unrestricted license, that all of those things be considered in light of the burden Ms. Smith carries today.
Thank you, counsel. Ms. Smith, if you have a closing remark, you can make it at this time.
No, I don't.
All right, thank you. At this time, I entertain a motion to close determination. It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Next, I'll entertain a motion for the board panel to enter into executive session regarding license number P 260596. It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously. The board will now exit to executive session. Ms. Smith, you are welcome to remain on the line as the board panel enters into deliberations. We will return once those deliberations are complete with our decision. Thank you.
Thank
And then Wesley, you've got your 11, right?
You're unmuted.
But there will be perfecto.
We are back on the record. I will at this time entertain a motion to return to regular session. It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. The motion carries unanimously. We are back in regular session. Following deliberation on license number P260596, the board renders the following: reinstated, no stipulations. Ms. Smith, we thank you for your appearance here today. Congratulations, you are excused.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Keep up the
Thank
good
you.
work.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Oh, it's a beautiful thing. I
Hello,
cry
Mr.
every time.
Rufus? Can you hear us?
It's just such a beautiful thing.
Edward, we'll have admission in this case.
Okay.
Mr. Rufus, can you hear us?
The lawyer for Calhoun. How's it going? So even though it's not your morning, those are the days.
Oh my gosh. what a
You're gonna
great
miss
friend.
that in about.
Shut up. I don't want to hear it.
Write me a letter. and
Hello?
say, I want that kid to crawl in bed.
I know. Like, I can already see how just his independence.
Get it.
Hello, Mr. Rufus? Aldridge, can you hear us?
Or if he can, looks like he's muted.
Yeah, he's muted on him.
Okay, I'm the second. Okay, you the
First, I'll make the motion and then
second.
Hey, Wesley. They won't always.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me okay?
Hear you and see you. Thank you.
It's kind of tinny. Let me try and adjust this.
And the meeting code's invalid. Oh,
Uh,
darn.
Allison is here with me and she's trying to sign into Zoom using the same meeting code.
Yes, sir, that's fine. She can use the same meeting code.
Okay, it's at 11 meeting now. It's
It is?
9:06.
Okay.
I may have typed it too fast. Okay. What's your name, guys?
I see you.
Okay. You see me? Do I just press dial in?
Yes, what's going on?
Okay. It says there's like 5 million numbers. I think can y'all see me or hear me? I can't hear you.
No, look, your instructions are on the paper there.
Mute your audio.
Look, meeting ID, passcode.
One tap phone. One tap mobile.
Hello, Ms. Calhoun? Ms. Calhoun?
I don't know if I want you to do this.
Welcome to Zoom. Enter your meeting ID followed by pound.
And Rufus, if you guys are there together, it isn't really necessary that the public log in. Go just under yours, it's already operating. Utilize that. Not sure if that's your phone or your laptop, but you guys can certainly just use it if that's, you're able to.
In the meeting now, there are 3 participants. In the
Okay, I think Allison's signing in now.
You are muted. You can mute or unmute yourself
Unmute.
by pressing *6. Yusuf, you are unmuted.
Okay, hello.
Hello, Ms.
Can y'all
Calhoun?
hear me?
We can hear you.
I can't see you. Turn your camera on.
I'm in, but let me see how I do this while, because I'm using my cell phone. Let me see how I do it while I'm on Zoom. Okay, can y'all hear me? I can hear me on very good.
We have reverb.
We're both in the same room.
Are we unmuted? Rufus, is it possible to use just one device? That might cancel the reverb. Don't know.
Turn yours off.
No, one second. Let me because it's on my phone.
Just turn yours off.
Okay, we're just gonna leave it off. And share screen. Okay.
Okay, we're going to share a screen. Maybe that'll be easier.
I think so. The reverb problem seems to be cured.
Let's have a seat right here, please.
Hi, good morning.
Can you hear us okay?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. This is Rufus Aldridge and Allison Calhoun for our hearing.
All right, thank you for, we on, Shane? Thank you everyone for being here. Next before the board, license number P335064, case number 2018-0601. My name is Edward Wiggins. I will serve as a hearing officer to rule on objections to questions, to see that the orderly process of the proceedings and that they are conducted in accordance with applicable laws and rules. At this time, I'll ask the board panel to introduce themselves.
Culpepper, LPN.
Laura
I'm
Moore,
sorry.
APRN.
I can hardly hear, and I've got it on top volume. Could y'all speak up a little if possible, please?
All right, certainly.
I'm not hearing very well.
Can you hear me okay, Rufus?
Yes, sir. No, is that Wesley?
It is.
Where are you?
I'm just opposite of the board panel.
Okay, you're not in the screen. Okay.
That's correct.
Is there a camera for you?
I'm not what you would call easy on the eyes. No, I'm kidding.
Okay.
There I am.
I got you. Never met before.
All right, is the licensee present?
Present.
Raise your hand.
Please state your name.
Allison Calhoun.
All right, thank you. And I see you are represented by counsel. Counsel, would you please state your name?
This is Rufus Aldridge, Gulfport, Mississippi, Mississippi bar number 1351.
Thank you, sir. The hearing will proceed as follows. We'll deal with any preliminary matters, then have opening statements. Licensee will be allowed to cross-examine any witnesses testifying against her to present testimony and any evidence. Questioning of witnesses will start with direct examination, cross-examination, and redirect examination. Of course, the board panel will be allowed to ask questions, as will I. At the conclusion of the presentation of both sides, closing statements will be allowed. The board will then make findings of fact and conclusions of law, and will render its decision in the matter, a copy of which will be forwarded to the licensee and their counsel in this instance. At this time, I ask that any witnesses be sworn in.
So Rufus, other than, do you have any witnesses that you wish to call in today's proceeding?
Only Allison.
The state would have none other than potentially the cross-examination of Ms. Calhoun.
I'm sorry, I can't hear good. What?
We'll just have the witnesses sworn in, please.
There's no witness to swear in, just me?
You.
Oh,
Raise
me.
your right hand.
Yes, sir.
Raise your right hand.
So it's my right. I'm here.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this cause to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
All right, for the record, I'll announce that there is a quorum present. This hearing is open to the public. The board may deliberate and make its decision in executive session. At this time, are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, the state would have two preliminary matters. First, the state would ask that the exhibits B1 through B17, as well as respondents' exhibits R1 through R4 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Aldridge?
No.
No objection.
All right, thank you. They will be admitted.
Thank you. Secondly, it is my understanding through conferring with counsel for the respondent that the respondent intends to admit to the facts as alleged in the complaint.
Any response, counsel?
That's correct. Mr. Mutziger and I have had, I would call it extensive discussions through the days, including a couple of times yesterday. And I would just like to say, or maybe save that for my opening statement. But yes, I agree with everything Mr. Mutziger has said so far.
All right, thank you. Anything further, preliminary, counsel?
Nothing further preliminarily.
All right, thank you. At this time, we will begin with opening statement.
Okay. The state at the moment would, actually, I would not waive. I will, for my opening statement, simply read the charges and the complaint. without going into too much detail, just to highlight the facts of the case for the board panel.
Well, since we've already admitted it, I think that would be unnecessary. I mean, we've admitted the facts of it, so the board's familiar with the facts. I'm sure you're prepared.
And so, Rufus, I'm just simply making an open statement for the record, just to highlight, this is what the case is about. I'm not going to be going per patient on the facts of the complaint. This is just my opening statement. Do you object to that?
No?
Board has charged the respondent, Ms. Calhoun, that she violated Mississippi Code annotated section 73-15-29-1C, and that she negligently or willfully acted in a manner inconsistent with the health or safety of the persons under her care. They have also charged her with Mississippi Code annotated section 73-15-29-1G, and that the respondent has falsified or in a repeatedly negligent manner made incorrect entries or failed to make essential entries on records. Specifically, on or about 8/16/2018, Dunbar Village in Bay St. Louis, Mississippi, terminated the respondent's employment for falsification of documentation and not administering medication - detrimental to the care of elders. On or about August 8, 2018, facility staff discovered unopened medication packs for 5 residents, of which respondent was assigned in the shred container. Respondent falsely documented medication discovering in the shred container as follows. There are 5 patients listed in multiple medications. The state today would just show through clear and convincing evidence and, of course, accept the admission by respondent that the violations, in fact, have occurred and that respondent should incur disciplinary action as appropriately deemed by the board hearing panel.
Thank you, counsel. Mr. Aldridge.
Yeah, for an opening statement, I would just like to review how we got here from where we were. This was about 2 years ago. Allison has since worked and had no problems. She was initially contacted by an investigator from the nursing board, and it was her understanding that if nothing came of it, she wouldn't have anything to worry about. Well, here we are, and the board has filed this petition, which we've admitted to, and frankly, she's never tried to hide anything, but we had some initial settlement negotiations. Allison has agreed to all the stipulations the nursing board proposes, except the probation. And at one point, it's my understanding that before I got involved, that Allison, Mr. Mutzeiger, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, had a discussion about, since she's had 2 years of excellent employment, would that substitute for probation? Because probation would work an undue hardship on her. And at first, Mr. Mutzeiger agreed to consider that. And so she obtained letters from employers and forwarded them, and they are admitted in evidence as exhibits are one, the employer notifications, and then the board, through its investigator, Mr. Mutzeiger, later determined that that would not be sufficient, but she was never told what else she needed to do to be sufficient. Allison's working. She's in a school program to get her RN license.
I filled out of that.
You didn't? Okay, she's dropped out of that. But anyway, she's working as an LPN. And so at this point, she just needs to keep on working. As part of the settlement negotiations, Mr. Mutzeiger made an offer of 6 months of probation, and Allison requested not to do that because it would be so hard on her. Allison says if she does probation, she'll lose her health insurance and she won't be able to do therapy, which is vital to her health. Her father recently committed suicide. She's having PTSD from that, and she's in mental health therapy. She would lose her job at the place where she is contracted to, and work a financial hardship on her that she may or may not be able to get a job on probation. But wouldn't be able to pay her bills and certainly wouldn't be able to have health insurance for another 90 days. She's provided documentation that she practiced for the last 2 years and 2 months safely and effectively without any disciplinary action. And she's worked as an occupational nurse under contract through December of 17 through August of 18, and a travel nurse in typical 13-week rotation. So that was why she was trying to stay off of probation. Well, then we did an agreed stipulation of fact, and the nursing board came back with a recommendation.
At this time, I'm going to object. I mean, surely Mr. Aldridge is entitled to offer his opening statement, but settlement negotiation should remain confidential and should not form the basis of this proceeding, and frankly should have no bearing on the merits of the case, as no settlement was reached. And presently, it is the board hearing panel at this hearing that will make the determination of what appropriate action will be determined.
Your response, Mr. Aldridge?
In response, I'm trying to give the board, I'm trying to, first of all, in the interest of judicial economy or a matter of time savings, to just cut to the chase here. We've admitted what she did. The only question is what type of discipline will be offered, and she has agreed to all the board's proposal for discipline except the probation. And that is, from Allison's point of view, that is the sole issue before the board. And if we could focus on that, we might save a whole lot of time.
Okay, well, if you have concluded your opening statement, I think we can move to dealing with that.
There's a little bit more to the opening statement as it pertains to probation. I just don't understand why it would be offered 6 months and 36 months, and it seems to be a bit arbitrary. But anyway, the sole issue we'd like to present to the board through this hearing is the issue of the sanctions. That's the discipline.
Mr. Aldridge, Mr. Mutzaiger.
Objection, Mr. Aldridge.
Okay, we have a gentleman, we have a transcriber who's trying to take down a record of this. She cannot
Yes, sir.
do this if you are both speaking at the same time. Now, my suggestion at this point, Mr. Aldridge, if you have completed your opening statement, let us move to the merits of this.
Yes, sir. And I apologize. I didn't mean to be talking to it once, but I thought it was my turn to talk. So that's my bad.
And I would, for the record, like to state my objection if that's permissible.
So noted, Mr. Mutzaiger.
Further, I would note that I would object further. It appears that the counsel opposite is already making a determination or calling into question this board's judgment by attaching a title of arbitrary, which I feel is wholly inappropriate at this time.
Objection.
On what?
Thank you, gentlemen. Your
I
objection.
object to the characterization of my statements, and I didn't interrupt Mr. Mutzaiger, and I would appreciate the same.
Thank you, gentlemen. Let us operate in these proceedings in the proper decorum that is warranted. Mr. Mutzaiger.
Thank you. So I may finish my objection, or where are we now in the process, Mr. Wiggins?
My suggestion is we move to the merits.
I'll be happy to, Mr. Wiggins. And frankly, the state is prepared to rest on the admission by the respondent to the facts alleged in the complaint, and would certainly open it up to the respondent to put forth whatever case they may have to show why probation is somehow unnecessary.
Mr. Aldridge, you have the floor.
Okay, well, I would like to point out respectfully to the board, Mr. Mutzaiger, that Allison is under extreme financial pressure right now. She's working. If she tells me if she goes on probation, she'll lose her health insurance.
I'm under contract. I do agent nurses. I'm sorry, I have hoarse voice. I have agency nursing right now. I've been doing that. I've been working med surge. When my father killed himself, I was in school. I failed out by 3 points. I did not drop out. That was correction stat. I was under an extreme amount of stress. I was not having to work at that time. I immediately had to return to work. Agency work is what I'm used to. I've been employed with Gifted Healthcare for 1 year, over a year now. I guess sometime in September makes the date that I would have made a year. I've been doing local contracts. I've also done travel nursing this year in Daytona Beach, Florida. I
Slow
forgot to.
down, slow down.
Oh, sorry. I forget y'all ever, trying to write this. I've had nothing but great integrity. The minute that I am not able to work agency, I have got, I lose my health insurance. Health insurance was immediate when you go on local contract. I've been on local contract with MedSurg, with Kira Health, and I have had 2 years of excellent work history. That is why I'm objected to probation. And why do I think it's unnecessary is because, let me put it this way. When my father killed himself, he lost his identity. His identity was so important and vital to his life that is what this is taking from me. I have actually went to different places in Mississippi around here because I read the agreement proposed by the Board of Nursing. They said absolutely not, because there's no way they can have somebody directly walk into a room with me at all times. Now, prior to that, I had provided them 2 years of work history, references. They called them excellent work history, no problem. When I had showed them that my license at this time does not have discipline, but it will have discipline, and the agreement to it, and this fact that I'm going to be on probation, it was a no. I have to have health insurance. It is vital. If you see your dad shot and killed in the road, it does cause post-traumatic stress disorder. And it's unfortunate that I'm the only person in my family who has it. I've been doing therapy, and it has been effective. Work makes my life meaningful, and I've done everything I could in the last 2 years to be a better nurse. This is vital to my health, my life. It's my identity. And like I said, before my dad had killed himself, he didn't have that option. He didn't have that chance. He was immediately fired. He couldn't go back and say, for 13 years, I've been doing this employment, and then you just cut my job. I watched him suffer tremendously for two months until he finally died. I'm in a situation where I have to do therapy for seeing the things that I've seen. As far as nurse, I've been an excellent nurse. I've provided documentation, and I don't have any problem with any of my references being contacted. There were RN supervisors who were there with me who asked for extensions from my travel nursing agencies. Agency in the last year has no problem if you call them and ask them questions to attest to my character.
And I would just like to conclude by saying that Allison has demonstrated by her actions over the last 2 years that she's responsible and effective, and there's no reason to think that that would change in the future. So the perfect storm of influences that led to the unfortunate incident at Dunbar included her being required to work with a broken arm, her going in for a 16-hour shift and being asked to go home, requesting to be excused, and supervisors denying that and making her work that day. And finally, the supervisors on the floor, the RNs, could have taken over the med cart, which she asked for, and they didn't. So here we are. But I mean, Allison just wants to keep being a nurse, and I think the last 2 years of employment speaks for itself. And that is our statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alders. Ms. Syker, you have any questions for this witness?
I do, thank you.
You may proceed.
So Ms. Calhoun, your understanding of the complaint filed against you by the board for disciplinary action, you take responsibility for those underlying facts, what you've admitted to?
Yes.
Do you really? Because it seems as though the testimony thus far has been about your external circumstances, but not at all about the impact on the patients. So what are you really sorry for?
I'm very sorry for the incident and the potential that it could have had to injure those patients. I'm very sorry, and I do admit to that. And I've worked very hard the last 2 years to effectively improve as a nurse. And I have great examples of them as well.
And so what dangers, Ms. Calhoun, do you perceive fell upon these patients? For example, patient EF on 8/9 of 2018, patient EF not receiving potassium And I will do my best to pronounce these.
Namenda.
Ma'am?
Just keep going. Namenda.
Okay.
Cordival. Okay,
And
so this is blood pressure medications and potassium. It could have realistically, unless it was intravenous or it was absolute critical or stat, has this caused any potential, has this caused actual harm? I mean, I'm trying to admit to guilt of something, but I'm being questioned about something that, yes, could it have caused some harm? Possibly, but their blood pressure could have been too low in the case. It could have been too high.
okay, so what is your answer? Yes, that potentially there was harm or could have been harm,
Yes, there could have potentially been harm.
but you don't believe that that was probable because there are a number of circumstances. Is that right?
Can you state that a little louder, please? We're having trouble hearing.
But you believe the likelihood of harm cannot be ascertained because of the numerous circumstances. Is that correct?
I've already admitted to it.
Okay. And so how about patient TG? Do you appreciate what harm could have come to patient TG by failing to receive the medications as documented in the complaint? 1, 2, 3, 4 medication.
No, I'm having a hard time hearing you. I'm sorry. I'm trying to hear you. I'm hard of hearing.
Mr. Aldridge, are there headphones or is there some way to assist your client? And
If you could just speak into the microphone, please, sir. I've got the volume up all the way.
is this any better?
Yes.
Much better. Thank you so much.
Okay. Apologies. I backed away from the microphone apparently. So patient TG, patient MR, what is your appreciation for the harm that could have befallen these patients based on your failure to administer medications?
I've already admitted guilt.
Tell them what the harm is.
The harm you want to know for each one, because it's sodium, it's a stool softener. Sometimes we hold it if there's too loose of stools. I'm not sure what you're asking me. It could have caused harm, yes. I know all these medications very well, but I can't understand some of these. Namenda is a psychotropic drug. Vitamin D3 is not going to be depleted out of the system within a day. I'm not sure because I now work med surg all the time. So I'm trying to go back and try to understand what you're asking me. Is there a nurse who can ask me?
One moment, please.
Just tell them the arm cuff.
I'm trying not to argue with him. He's just.
Stop. Tell them harm could have occurred and you acknowledge that.
Okay. That's perfect.
You don't have the package insert for each one of these things.
I don't know, melatonin, gabapentin, no harm. Gabapentin only in like higher doses. See, I'm dealing with an attorney and not a nurse, so it's hard. Now this could have hydralazine, cortisol.
Answer his questions.
Just say I agree. I've already admitted to guilt, correct?
Well, you admitted, so you agree harm could have occurred.
Okay. Thank you.
The question was, Ms. Calhoun, what potential harm befell these patients based on your failure to administer the medications?
I've already admitted that harm could have occurred.
So just harm in general. So you're not even sure what harm could befall these patients.
Are you asking me to go through each medication and tell you what kind of harm could occur?
Sure. Let's go with patient MR, the final drug on the complaint, memantine hydrochloride 5 milligrams. What's the potential for harm for you failing to administer the medication?
Okay, the potential for harm for each of these is going to be different. This is too much to go through. We're going to do Namenda, 5 milligrams. It's a psychotropic drug. Amanda, unfortunately, I mean, the harm that could result is, it depends on the patient's diagnosis. And I honestly do not know the patient's diagnosis. I see patient MR. I've worked with over 1,000 patients since then, probably more
So
than
it's
that.
fair to say then, Ms. Calhoun, that there were psychotropic drugs involved. There were drugs regarding heart medications that directly affect the heart. These were medications that you failed to administer, these kinds. Is that right?
I'm going to object to this as being cumulative because we've already admitted to this.
The question is asking whether any of these drugs have direct relation to effect on the heart.
Yes, Cardival does.
It does. Okay. And so in fact, you would consider that obviously an important medication to be administered to a patient, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yet on the day of the incident, Ms. Calhoun, you allege in the statement that you provided that there were a number of extraneous factors preventing you from administering these medications. What efforts did you take, if any, to cure these shortcomings that you've identified?
I did with the supervisor. I requested the paper MAR, and that was not the hallway I typically worked. I worked the same hallway all the time. I was put on a 16-hour shift, and I believe in the end, I had to work 2 different halls. It was 1 o'clock before the electronic MAR had come up. The supervisor, I actually told, I am too tired to be here. One of the RNs had said, "You look exhausted." I said, "I am. I've had 1 hour of sleep. I'm in a lot of pain." Her name was Laura. I went to the supervisor immediately, the director of nursing. I asked if I could get off of the floor. I needed to get off the floor. Her response was no. It would have been considered negligent if I left.
Ms. Aldridge, you have no statements by any of these persons to that effect, that you in fact made this attempt to communicate with them regarding a lack of a MAR?
I mean, we could contact Amanda. She was the director of nursing at that time.
I'm sorry, you're asking.
My question is whether you have any statements from the persons that you just testified to that effect.
Well, sir, I didn't testify. I'm representing her. I don't testify at this hearing.
My question is to your client, Mr. Aldridge.
I'm sorry, I thought you were asking me. Could you state that again, please, sir?
Are they muted?
Do you have any evidence, Ms. Calhoun, to back up any defense that you're asserting today other than your word?
My testimony, I cannot walk in there and say, "Hey, is Amanda, director of nursing, still here? Can you write me a statement?"
Actually, you can. You have the power to subpoena persons by this board, but you've not
I
done
wasn't
that.
aware of that.
And so you have no evidence to back up any of the defenses that you've asserted for your failure to administer these multiple medications, some psychotropic, some heart medications. You have nothing to offer as a defense other than your own word.
I'm gonna object to this entire line of questioning. The respondent has submitted her evidence. It sounds like a closing statement, and that would be fine, but that's improper to keep grilling her on the same thing over and over. It's asked and answered.
Are you asking her not to respond, Mr. Aldridge?
Not at all. I'm objecting to Mr. Mutziger's question, sir.
Okay, we can note the objection. What is her response?
He's asked me that. I've already answered the questions he's asked me. I'm not sure what else he's asking.
You don't have anything else.
I have nothing else to offer you.
With all due respect, Mr. Wiggins, she answered the question as to whether there were any witness statements to testify. She has not answered the question as to was there any other evidence that she could offer other than her word. That question, there has been no response.
No, I haven't even been to that place in 2 years.
We have
Over 2 years.
we've attached our exhibits to this, and we have no other evidence to offer. Does that help clarify things?
Sure, thank you.
To be honest, I thought they would be present at this hearing.
Ms. Calhoun, you submitted on your behalf exhibits R4, I believe it is. Is that a statement that you made?
Yes. Sorry.
In this statement, Ms. Calhoun, you go on to state in the final paragraphs that you returned to the medication cart and started charting, waiting for the MAR to come back on. By the time the MAR came back on, it was too late to administer the medications. The CNAs cleaned out the side of the medication cart and threw away everything, including the remaining pill packs. Is there anything to your knowledge, Ms. Calhoun, that the investigation at the facility revealed that the CNAs threw away the pill packs?
The investigation, was 2 years ago. I never even included that. I don't even know if I told them. I don't know. This has been 2 years.
So it'd be fair to say again, the only, regarding this specific issue, Ms. Calhoun, that the CNAs threw away the pill packs, that's just based on your testimony, correct?
Correct. I'm going off of already pleading guilty. Why am I being questioned?
Because the board has a right to examine your fitness to be a nurse, Ms. Calhoun.
Okay.
Further,
Understand.
you go on to state that I did not go into the MAR and indicate not administered because I could not identify the residents who did not receive medication. Oh, that's interesting, Ms. Calhoun, because you say that you did not go into the MAR to indicate quote unquote not administered. Is that how a MAR works? That you must go in?
Yes, when you go into the MAR, you click administer, not administer, and you could put a reason, you could put other. You could do a addendum, but I had no idea. I honestly didn't because I didn't have the pill packets. So that is why I've never worked this hall. Usually in the nursing home, you typically work with the same patients. These are not patients I had worked with. These are patients, I only knew a couple of them and they were able to verbally identify themselves. Without the electronic MAR, I mean, the only thing I have is basically the computer screen and it shows me a picture, but if they're nonverbal, then it's very difficult to have any proper identification. I mean, unfortunately, I've worked in a hospital too, so I'm used to the hospital system, which is a little more different, where you have to actually scan their armband.
So I'm a bit, may I ask you a question, Ms. Calhoun? I'm a bit confused by that because you said that you didn't have the ability to mark not administered, yet on the 5 patients you pled guilty to, you in fact had the ability to document administered on those patients?
Yes, but I did not remember who in the world they were, and I didn't want to put that I didn't administer them because I did not know who they were. On my part, I'm guilty of that, correct.
So did you have access or did you not have access?
I did not have access until 1:00 p.m. or 2. I don't even know. It was late in the afternoon. But it was
then you
around.
selectively chose. So you had access, albeit later, and then you selectively chose who to document you administered drugs to, even though you didn't give the drug.
Yes, as I've explained. Correct.
One moment.
Sir, take your time.
Excuse me, my allergy kicked my butt. No, I just don't feel too great. Shoot, under this, I'll probably take my license. He's going with it. It's nonstop.
So Ms. Calhoun, you understand that you are here before the board today because by virtue of holding your nursing license, you're subject to professional regulation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You understand that this board's duty is in fact to protecting the public, to ensure that nurses such as yourself practicing the profession are competent and safe to do so. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you understand today that by in fact admitting to the charges, pleading guilty to the legal violations as alleged by the board, that the board has authority to impose disciplinary action against your license.
Yes, I accept that.
Yeah, we've never contested that, sir.
Wait,
And so, Ms. Calhoun, if the board were in fact today to require, as a result of this hearing, that you pay a fine and take educational courses, would you in fact complete those?
yes, sir.
And if the board, in its duty to ensure the public is protected, impose a disciplinary condition of probation, wherein it would be required that you have employee reports submitted on your behalf, would you comply?
May I understand the terms and conditions of the probation?
Sure. Let's go off the record for one moment.
I guess is he going back to the original one?
No, he's not trying to answer your question. I think about terms and conditions. I think this is about reconnaissance.
So there's nothing actually.
This is the board. Okay, they're gonna roll. They probably met before this and come up with like an idea what they want to do subject to what they see here.
Okay. Well, isn't that what we got was a stipulation of facts whenever you signed that you agree to let them?
That was so we could settle it. This is not a settlement. This is an actual hearing.
Okay.
He's just grandstanding for them so they can look tough, man. This is like Lion Country Safari, the lions look pretty ferocious in Africa, you know. I mean, to appear at a hearing and just wear your shirt sleeves and not have a jacket on. I mean, but this way, when Ronald Reagan was elected president, he always wore the suit to the Oval Office because he thought it required that kind of dignity and assist everybody around. If this guy could have like a real lawyer job, this gentleman.
And he continuously asks me to do it, and I've already said that.
Yeah, but they like this. It's a little show and tell for the.
Just to make me look worse. Yeah.
No, it's just like so I can hear the sound of his own voice. Guys sitting in the middle there. He's there. He's supposed to rule on objections. I think objections he doesn't rule. And we go to the left with the face mask on, and he says something about it. You know. That's the way. That's why it's better to settle it if you can't do it outside of the hearing because it's the only church center. But what they were offering you wasn't any good, and I think it get worse than 3 years.
So now can it be made worse, or can they?
They could do anything within their authority. But you know, I think you look really good. You look good on paper because for the last couple of years you've been working, doing great. This was the one time, and they know that you were out there. They know that. They know that this nursing home. I mean, that they have a nursing staff there and they have people with RN degrees who chose not to get involved in anything on patients. The real color here might be a damn nursing home and the other people hearing for. And I'm sure, I'll make sure the nursing staff through the
And so, why you said that? Okay.
Ms. Calhoun, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, if the board in fact orders today that you are to have a conference with the compliance officer, is that something that you will willingly do?
What is it? I mean, yes, but what is a compliance officer?
Compliance officer is somebody that makes sure that you do what you're supposed to do according to the board order.
Okay, can you please answer me with a little bit more about less harsh tone?
Calhoun, I'm gonna ask the questions, okay?
Okay.
All right, the next question, Ms. Calhoun, if in fact the board wishes to place you on probation, is that something that you will comply with?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, absolutely. You will comply with probation if this board places you on probation with monitoring.
She's already answered that as yes.
Okay, well, this is news to the board, Ms. Calhoun. It seems that the argument thus far has been that absolutely probation is not necessary, but now you say that you will comply with it.
Well, the question is if the board, which I'd like to speak to the board myself, I don't know how I'm able to, is, able to recognize that I have had 2 years of work history prior to this. And I'm asking for the probation to either be lessened, and I've explained my reasons why, the terms either be changed, and that's all. I'm not asking to not have this on my license. I'm asking because of the fact I have had 2 years to prove as a nurse, and I have significantly. You learn a lot in 2 years. Now, being monitored is a very hard for me to understand when for 2 years I was unmonitored. And I still exceeded and provided that witness and character statement. I provided all the employer statements.
Ms.
That is why-
Calhoun, Ms. Calhoun, who do
Yes,
you
sir.
believe to be the better judge of your safety to practice as a nurse, yourself or the board?
The board?
I hope so. Now, Ms. Calhoun, if in fact the board ordered that you would have a single state license, is that something that you would comply with and limit your practice to the state of Mississippi?
So would that mean that I'm not able to work as a compact?
So the question is, Ms. Calhoun, would you limit your practice to the state of Mississippi if the board ordered it?
Okay, but I'm asking for clarification, as in, does that mean I can work in Louisiana, or does that mean, because that doesn't, it's not required to obtain a Louisiana license to work there under compact. I actually work in Louisiana.
I would ask Mr. Wiggins.
Yeah,
witness-
that's, all I'm asking is for clarification on that statement.
Counsel, she is asking for clarification.
I'm not sure how much further I can clarify. Will you practice only in the state of Mississippi if the board?
Okay, if I can find a job here, yes. I mean, I don't know if I'll be able to find a job.
Ms. Calhoun, if the board orders that you submit employment notifications, have your employer submit a report on your behalf, is that something that you'll comply with?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
If you do attempt to further your education and the board orders that you notify any educational program in the healthcare field, is that something that you will do regarding this board action?
Yes, sir.
If the board orders that you practice under the indirect supervision, meaning that another nurse, at least an LPN, is present on the facility grounds at the time when you were working, would you comply with that requirement?
Yes. Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Does the board panel have any questions for Ms. Calhoun?
I do.
Thank you.
Proceed.
Ms. Calhoun, this is Sandra Culpepper, LPN, and I have.
Ma'am,
a few
could you
questions.
speak up just a bit, ma'am? Your microphone's so hard to hear.
And can you raise your hand? I'm not sure who you are. I'm sorry.
I'm going to try to move in so you can slightly.
Oh, I see you on the outside.
That's a little better. Thank you.
This is Sandra Culpepper, LPN. I do have a few questions for you.
Okay.
So I need some clarification on some of the questions that you answered a minute ago. So for clarification, in your opinion, not giving the prescribed blood pressure medication based on an assumption about their blood pressure, and especially because you never obtained the vital signs to know what the blood pressure was. Could you give us some possible complications of not giving that blood pressure medication?
Yes, of course. I mean, if you don't give blood pressure medications, it can make their blood pressure too high. But depending, or too low. Sometimes if you give it, it can make it too low depending on the vital signs.
But did you obtain vital signs to know?
I would have to obtain vital signs on everybody. I don't have those with me because it was years ago. They were documented on a paper. Usually you put them in the computer.
But Ms. Calhoun, it was a blood pressure. If we do not give blood pressure medications and it runs too high, what is the complication of it?
It could cause, there's a lot of things it could cause or not cause. It may not have any change. It may have a change. Depending on that, the risk or, do you want to go into all the risks? Okay, heart failure, too high of blood pressure, stroke. I can't answer too much more. I'm sorry, my voice is really broken. But yes, I am aware. I know the dangers of not giving blood pressure medication. I've admitted to it.
Okay, and another question for you as well regarding
Sure.
your medication. Working in long-term care, would you agree that Namenda is a very common drug?
It's very common, yes.
Is it important for a reasonably competent nurse to know the drug class and the action of the drug?
Yes.
And in your statement, you said that it was a psychotropic drug, correct?
Yes. However, I haven't given it in years. I've been doing mainly antibiotics, like long-term antibiotics.
Well, for
And that-
clarification for you, Namenda is not a psychotropic drug. Namenda is used for the treatment of Alzheimer's dementia patients, and actually the classification is N-methyl aspartate inhibitor.
Okay,
So
I apologize.
A psychotropic drug. And
I apologize.
This, I guess, is where we're sitting here reviewing your ability to be forthcoming in giving medications.
Okay.
But as we're listening, and for me, a long-term care nurse, and knowing what Namenda is, it's extremely important to know the medications that we're giving as well as making sure that we administer them. So one of the last things I'm going to ask you is, out of your situation and the other cases that we have seen with nurses not administering medication, what sets you apart from every other nurse that we see that we should stand back and allow you to have those 2 years that you worked unsupervised account for a probationary period?
I'm sorry. It was hard for me to hear you. I'm trying to listen. Can you please repeat that statement?
I certainly will.
Thank you.
For me, I need to know what sets you apart from any other nurse that has come before us and not administered medications, that we can allow for the 2 years that you were unsupervised to count as a probationary period? What sets you apart from every other nurse that we've seen?
I have provided documentation that I've had no disciplinary action. I've worked my butt off. Not, I shouldn't say it like that, but I've worked so hard in order to correct the mistake that happened as a result of this day in the last 2 years. I don't go into work. If I'm too tired, I call in. I don't go to work. I don't accept the keys, which I don't work as a long-term care nurse right now. I've been working as a med-surg nurse. So it's different. Obviously you have to scan, you have to give the medications, the armband, it's less patient to staff ratio. I have proved so much hard work in the last 2 years of having no disciplinary action. I do take responsibility for this though.
Ms. Calhoun, just the last thing I'm gonna ask about, because you're asking us to rely on 2 years of unsupervised practice.
Yes.
And you're asking us to trust you when you're admitting openly that you did not administer medication to several patients, not just one, but several. So explain to us what protocols you or your employer put in place to protect the patient during this time.
What is that supposed to mean?
What did you do differently in the last 2 years?
Oh, what have I done differently in the last 2 years?
What protocols, what has been done to make sure that the patients were receiving their medication, other than by you just simply telling us, I did it? What protocols were put in place by your employer or someone that can oversee you to make sure that these things were being done?
In Hawaii, I worked at a long-term care nursing home. It was fantastic. It was in Maui. I actually worked right beside an RN supervisor. Hawaii is a little different than the mainland. I have a little bit of knowledge of that. The way that we operated there was me and the nurse, the packets were set up different. It's kind of confusing. I'm glad you're a nurse. So you can kind of, you understand where I'm coming from. So our MAR was different. It was electronic. I think we used point click here. I can't remember which one, our American Health Tech. We had it to where there were days. So like, if you remember, you get the bubble packets and there were days. We start from the 30th and then we would give them that in that direction. So we always knew each patient and the time was actually written on the card. In Hawaii, it's allowed to be done a little bit differently. Their board of nursing is a little different. We actually knew exactly what to give beforehand. And if it was changed, the charge nurse removed that card. So say that they changed somebody, they took them off of a different dose, they wrote on the card. And they would also write a card in the med card that says the protocol. Like if there's an extra narcotic, say they're supposed to be getting Xanax at 2 o'clock whatsoever, they had a different system. That system was very effective. The RN charge nurse also helped with MedPass sometimes. If you felt like you were too behind, instead of giving you 30 residents or patients you didn't know, they were always there. The RN basically works with you in Hawaii. So that was a little different. Her name was Abigail Navalta. She was amazing. That was the charge nurse there. It was very hard not to be able to give the right medications because the RN charge nurse always removed medications that weren't supposed to be given. If there was any question as to who somebody is, they knew. The Filipinos are a lot different than what we deal with on the mainland. I could ask them if they felt like, if I said, hey, I'm too tired to be here, that nurse would take over the cart, the RN charge nurse. They didn't say, no, tough it out, you got to be here. If you leave, that's considered patient neglect or abandonment. They actually call it abandonment, but it was so much different. The next place I went was occupational nursing. That was in Colorado. I could only stay 13 weeks. I was asked to extend not in Colorado, in Hawaii. I was not able to. It's too expensive there. My student loans are too much and I couldn't afford that cost. I flew back to the mainland and I went to Colorado and I did occupational nursing, which is a whole different ballgame. It's not anything, I don't know if anybody in the room is familiar with occupational nursing, who is nurses.
This is your statement. You can't ask questions.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I can't ask questions, but occupational nursing was different. Occupational nursing, we give like Tylenol. We're not administering medications. I did physical assessments, stroke screens. I've done where I had to run to the floor because somebody was injured, panic attacks all the time, fingers cut off, basically. You know, it's a whole different ballgame. Occupational nursing was one of the best fields I've ever worked in. I worked for 9 months at a cow slaughtering plant. The next place was I worked with Gifted Healthcare. I've worked detox clinics where one day I was not comfortable enough. I went and worked one in New Orleans. I will not disclose the name. However, because I felt like it was too much of an endangerment to my license, I told them I would not go the next 2 days. When I got put on contract, I've been on contract with Gifted before in med-surg. Unfortunately, I got COVID at the end of it and I had to end my, the contract a little bit early. I think it was a week early. It was right before Mardi Gras. I was one of the first people to have COVID around here. So it was really unfortunate. I went to Daytona.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna interrupt you right quick.
That's okay.
Because we do have a listing in our packets of your job.
Oh,
The job you've done. So
yes.
I know for myself, I have reviewed those.
Yes, ma'am.
But I think you've answered the question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see.
Actually, hard to hear him.
Further questions from
One last one, please, Ms. Calhoun.
Yes,
Can you
ma'am.
name medication administration?
Your microphone's breaking up. Can you repeat that a little louder, please?
Can you list the 5 rights of medication administration?
Right patient, right time, right dose, right amount, and what is the 5th one? I think there's 6 now. Right patient, right time, right dose, right medication, right route, right strength. There was like 8 when I was in nursing school, so they changed them from 5 to like 8.
Thank you, Ms. Calhoun.
Thank you, I'm sorry. Medication, right time, right dose. Right, right about. Review the mark 3 times.
Ms. Calhoun,
Yes, sir.
where is Gifted Healthcare located?
It's out of Louisiana, Mandeville, Louisiana. Or really New Orleans is their main one, so I should say Metairie.
So are you under any protocols in regards to the administration of medication there?
What do you mean? I mean, I work in a med-surg clinic right now.
Okay, so you're not administering medication here.
Hang on, I'm very sorry. It's very hard to hear. I know it's frustrating, but can you repeat that?
Where you are employed now, are you administering medication?
Yes.
Okay, what protocols are you under to administer that medication?
We actually use paper mar there, so it's totally different. There's an RN supervisor at all times in the building. There's only 2 of us. It's considered an LTAC really. So we do mainly IV antibiotics. Very familiar with that. And we have, you know, in a nursing home it's totally different. We use an OmniCef. So we have to actually, like, you have to look at the MAR, you look at the OmniCef, you make sure that that's the correct dose all throughout the shift. You have to go check the, the charts. They don't have like the paper charting like Epic. I mean, not paper charting, electronic. I've used Epic before, but you have to actually go check the charts after the doctor comes continuously throughout your shift to see if there's been an update or a change in medications. You also have to verify the patient. That patient is required to have an armband. You have to make sure that that is the patient you are working with. Most of them are alert and oriented. A lot of them have endocarditis, so they're unfortunately usually my age, typically. So they are alert and oriented. However, we have a few who are in vent and trachs. They are not able to communicate, but there is always an armband. If not, the medication cannot be given until it's verified who their identity is.
Any further questions from the board panel?
I'm sorry.
Anything further, council?
Only closing statements.
Mr. Aldridge, do you have any questions for your client?
No, sir.
Right, at
No.
this time, begin with closing remarks. Mr. Mutzaiger.
Thank you, Mr. Wiggins. Interesting case. Not sure what else to say. Ms. Calhoun would have this board focus on what a good nurse she is. Ms. Calhoun would focus on her 2 years of experience. She would have you focus on her health conditions, unsupported by any other evidence. She would have you focus on her struggles with the MAR at work, unsupported by any additional evidence. What she really has not done today, in my opinion, is express any true remorse or appreciation for the danger that you put these patients in. She has offered, or rather admitted, to the allegations. Clear and convincing evidence exists that she violated the nursing practice law. That is not the question. The question is the appropriate sanction. Ms. Calhoun would really like to take that out of your hands and offer what she believes is proper and fit to protect the public. What I think Ms. Calhoun fails to appreciate is the role of this board in making that determination of what is in the best interest of protecting the public. By testimony from her own counsel, she was unwilling to submit to 6 months of probation. Is this
Because Mr. Mutzaiger objected to me
Sorry, this is my
bringing up
closing
stipulations, so I'm going to object to Mr. Mutzaiger's doing the same thing.
Mr. Aldridge, you would have an opportunity to make your remarks. Continue, Mr. Mutzaiger.
Thank you, Mr. Wiggins. I'm not sure what it will take for Ms. Calhoun to appreciate the danger she imparted upon these patients, but at a very minimum, I believe it's incumbent upon this board to impose disciplinary action in the form of at least education, probation to find some monitoring that can account to this board that she is safe to practice and is indeed giving the medications that she is supposed to be administering and not placing them in the trash and documenting otherwise. So I just ask that this board use your wisdom, your sound judgment to make a determination that is within the best interest of the public and not of Ms. Calhoun. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Aldridge, you have the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, Mr. Mutzaiger, I thank you for hearing us today. Allison has never said she didn't do it. She agrees with all the proposed stipulations before, and I guess we can talk about the proposal now because Mr. Mutzaiger brought up that he offered her 6 months of probation. She's never disputed any of the other conditions to be imposed, and we've certainly never questioned the authority of the board over the nursing license. So I'm not sure where that came from. We're just trying to get this resolved for Allison agrees to the terms the board has proposed in its prior settlement offers. And since Mr. Mutzaiger had offered at first no probation if she turned in a employer's letters, and then 6 months earlier this week, I think something in that range would be fair. And So it's in the discretion of the board, and we thank you for hearing us out today.
Thank you, Mr. Aldridge. I'm gonna entertain a motion to close termination.
Make that motion.
I'm having trouble hearing. Could you please talk into the microphone?
Certainly. At
That's
this
better,
time,
thank you.
entertain a motion for closed determination.
Sandra Culpepper, I make that motion.
It has been moved and properly seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously. I will now entertain a motion for the board panel to enter into executive session to consider the matter in license number P 335064.
Sandra Culpepper, I make that motion.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The motion carries unanimously. The board will now exit into executive session. Deliberate on this matter. We shall return at 1:10.
Okay. So should we sign off now and sign back on a few minutes before 1:10?
That will be fine, Mr. Aldridge.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
That was fun.
And so these are the two that they had to finish up on the.
Not that I'm aware of, no ma'am.
So we're doing 4 of them, right? One. Well, Melissa asked me if I was gonna end up going.
Oh, okay.